All right. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob Johnson. How's everybody doing? Jacob Johnson. There's a little hidden wash and a hiding Luna. Hi, guys. How's it going? There's some boiled water, just so you know. Hello, friends. Good morning, good evening, good day, good night, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. How's everybody doing? It's been a spell. Is that a Final? No, it's a Street Fighter thing from PAX many years ago, 2013, I think. Yeah. Uh, it was like they held a contest to see who the most popular characters were, and apparently it was a lie. Anyways, they just made it up. No, there. I thought there was like two pieces left. I didn't have bread just because I was like, oh, Alex can have those. So I had the plain yogurt, and it was bitter until I added honey, and then it was good. I will not tell you more about it. So what's everyone doing? Just watching me, I guess. So today, I'm not sure if it's going to be a long stream. We're going to be doing a lot of conceptualizing together, lots of scribbling, and probably lots of erasing. Because today we are going to try and come up with a new kind of classification of an item type. I will tell you more about that soon. Um, I am drinking sparkling water because that was a question in the chat. We got a soda stream for the holidays, and it's fantastic. We've already used up an entire canister, and they're probably really expensive to replace. So we have it. Yeah, you bring back the old used canister and you get a discount, so that's good, I guess. And then I also have some blueberry jam tea, steeping, one of my favorite. Yeah, I'm not sure how long the stream's going to go. Basically, the item in question is, you know how like last time I was on, I was asking you guys, what do you think of this cool idea about there being essentially this kind of like hidden realm where there's a hidden mouse and you have to do something crazy to get access to it. And essentially the idea is you would have to like find a rare drop inside of treasure map and then access that in the right area and then use like really expensive hard to get cheese to go after this one mouse who's going to kick your butt. Uh, we're working on that today, or at least that's the idea. So yeah, and Dave talked about it last week. I think he went into even more specifics. But the idea is we're gonna come up with what in the world that like key or teleport item or whatever it is is. Um, so I know one of the ideas that was tossed around is using a sphere of some kind. I know Giorgio and Dave loved the sound of that, like teleportation sphere or something like that. One of the things about I don't know, like we're obsessed with ancient stuff, crystals, uh, ancient crystals, and ancient crystals. Like if we did a query in the game of how many things have ancient or are crystal based, it would be quite surprising. And then like every single event or thing that the mice do, they're stealing something. Um, and then yeah, magic. Yeah, very old rock that is see through, something like that. Translucent mineral that is very old. The item. Oh, you could hear the soda stream in the background. Yeah. Um, yeah. Oh, the heart of the meteor mouse. You've heard of it. Yeah, so one of the ideas is like having a sphere or something like that. I don't know why they were obsessed with that idea. I think it's a little close to charms because charms are all kind of spheres. It's just they're called orbs. So I guess that's a different language thing. Um, but essentially, I want it to kind of have a sense of either it like teleports you or it's like a key. Because when it like essentially this might, and we don't know how it's going to do until it's in the game. It might be used in multiple areas. So like we'll have one for Fort Rocks. That's the one we're working on right now, right? But then there might be one for different locations, and they'd each be different. So we need to theme them for the area. So they need to kind of be clear, like, oh, this is for this location, this is for that location. And then it also needs to convey that it like gains access to some hidden location somehow. So teleporting or like unlocking some kind of layer or who knows what. Um, Transportation stones. Actually, Zugzwang kind of like created one of those a long time ago, so that might actually be kind of a neat throwback to that. What is an adventure? Oh, right. Good luck with that. Um, yeah, all right. So I'm going to start to actually pay a little more attention to the chat because I see some ideas popping in. Yeah, one of the other things we're planning on doing is each of these keys would be out of two pieces. Um, so like part A, part B. And that'll kind of like allow you to drop them a little easier. So they're not like insanely rare, but you need to drop each half, A and B. So it's still just as rare, but like you'll see more of them kind of thing. And then of course using the marketplace, you'll be able to kind of like sell one and buy the other, or just buy both, or just sell both. Yeah, they're still going to be pretty rare and should create a nice supply and demand for people who are both interested in kind of like farming for something of value to sell to other players, or just kind of like that challenge, or even just if you have buckets of gold, you can just kind of shovel that into the market and potentially just buy up a whole bunch and go after this mouse several times. Um, they will only be available inside those treasure chests. So essentially, the plan is when you're going after one of these things, you'd want to pick up the scroll case for that location. So like the Fort Rock scroll case, and then when you complete it, there's a certain kind of percentage of dropping one of those, or two of them. I think it just kind of we haven't worked out the exact amounts of things. Yeah, so should be interesting. It's kind of a trial thing, see how you guys actually enjoy it. But I think it'll be fun and a nice kind of little way to breathe some extra life into old areas that maybe people want to enjoy again. Who knows? We'll see. All right. What happens if you run out of the exclusive cheese in the boss area? Do you get kicked out? No. The plan is you either A, defeat the boss, and the boss kind of kicks you out and it unequips your cheese. So the super expensive cheese isn't just wasted on regular mice when you go back to your regular hunting area. Or you can opt to leave. So you could enter there and leave, but you would have wasted your key, obviously. If you run out of the cheese, however, it is going to be on the marketplace. So some people might just go around Fort Rocks and gain the materials to sell the cheese on the market to other people who are just going after this mouse. Um, But yeah, essentially it's kind of like you only want to go in when you have enough kind of supplies. And we have a way where, like if you go in with, I think it's going to be probably 10 pieces, you're like guaranteed to get the mouse, but you could get it before. If you go in with like one piece and an ultimate charm, get it in one. Um, at least that's kind of the idea that I think we're going with. Um, but yeah, you shouldn't need more than 10, but we haven't exactly, built in the full mechanics, so we don't know for sure if that's how we're going to go. But yeah, essentially you'll want to go in with like enough cheese, and then if you beat it and you have leftover cheese, you could sell it on the market. You could go for it again, whatnot. But if you run out, then you can buy it on the market at least. So there is still hope, but it might be at a premium. So you might want to invest enough time preparing for that battle before. All right. Yeah, he's so cute. Um, yeah, shouldn't need more than 10 equals try it with 2. I mean, you can. It's possible. Someone's going to be doing that. It just might suck. They eat both your cheese and then. All right, so. Jacob, could there be an update of the Sand Crypt HUD to increase or to include ease of arming salt charms and scent charms? Actually, what we are doing is kind of like going through the entire game linearly and redoing some HUDs, adding in some kind of just ease of life features. This is going to be happening behind all the other production we're doing, though, so it's not necessarily going to happen very fast. But for example, Lauren has been working on the harbor, since the harbor doesn't really have any kind of interesting gameplay. Kind of like what we did with the town of Nania, we added kind of bounty thing there. We're kind of like reworking a bit of the gameplay. We're adding some kind of interest to it. But essentially what we're doing is we're kind of like making it much, much easier for a new player to kind of like go through the beginning of the game and not just kind of hit walls of kind of just grind or boredom. Because as we all know, the beginning of the game is pretty rough, but we all kind of stuck through it, and it gets to some really good, fun content, but it's not fun back then. So we're reworking that. But that also means that as we go through HUDs, we're going to probably update them. Like Bollock's Cove needs like an interface that you can actually like do stuff in. The Tribal Isles is like one that I'm like, please let's basically just kind of totally redo that, the HUD, maybe even a little bit of the gameplay. But we're slowly going through it, so there's no kind of timeline on any of that. But that said, eventually we might get up to certain areas where the HUDs are not as good. A lot of what we're going to want to do is probably add in like the cheese, and if there's crafting or anything like that, put that into the HUD itself. So you never need to like run off to a wiki to figure out how you're supposed to like make all these cheese and craft this thing and that kind of stuff. So hopefully it should make the gameplay a little bit more digestible for everybody. But yeah, that's going to be, it's unfortunately back burner stuff, but it's something that we want eventually. Yeah, the harbor was. It's because it had the pirate mouse. Yeah, there's a lot of HUDs that I'd love to tweak, but honestly, HUD tweaking is one of the most intensive processes. A lot of HUDs can take 1 to 2 weeks to just even create. But I feel like it's worth it. I hope that we bring justice to many of the old areas. Shh. You can complain about me all you want on your stream. Yeah. All right. Sorry, I just need to respawn to Lauren. You do have cooler shoes than me. That's true. All right, I'm gonna just close that window. I don't need that. All right. So I suppose we should actually like go to a scribble zone. All right. Michelle says hello, Alex. Alex says hello. All right, so let's just.
You should make the teleportation charm look like my shoes.
Yeah. Can I show off your shoe? I must witness. So Alex, being all about the wondrous things in life,
Subtlety.
has gotten these amazing shoes.
That was a good purchase.
Yeah, you know, it's the spice of life. These shoes. That's what this is. The gold-plated. He was surprised when I didn't buy a pair.
Why wouldn't you buy a pair?
Exactly.
You could have gotten a black pair that just lit up.
It's true.
Biking in these, Jacob. Think about it.
That's true. It would make me very safe.
Safety.
No one would dare run over a man
That's what
wearing
Giorgio wanted.
blinking shoes. I know. It's actually not a bad idea. I think Giorgio might have ordered a pair. I'm not sure.
Not at the same time as me.
Nice swag shoes. Michelle has requested a link for those shoes.
Amazon. Amazon light up shoes.
Yeah, just search on Amazon.
Light up shoes.
Light up shoes. Amazon light up shoes. Everybody get a pair. Swag it out. All right. Yeah, Toxic Spill is another one where we're kind of probably going to do a rework of the area, but who knows when. All right. So I was trying to open a file. Okay. Items, process, craft me. Okay, cool. That is the newest. So kind of upped the resolution that we're painting stuff at now. Finally. It's been far too long. All right, man, I need a haircut. Okay. There's so many light up shoes on Amazon. It's funny. Oh, gotta sound my horn. Ran out of candles last night. All right, so time to do some scribbling. Close that. Just adjusting some windows so I have a little more space to view things. Pardon me. Okay, there we go. Keep the stash. Actually, I am. So in March, I'm going to be dressing up as Jesse McCree from Overwatch. So I've been growing basically all of this out for the character. Um, so keeping that. This I'm gonna shave it down, but keep it because I lose my chin without it, and then I just look like a tube. And then hey,
Bob's Burger.
yeah, I just become a Bob's Burger character. And then yeah, like gonna need to trim this to the right length, and I also have a cowboy hat, which I kind of feel like I should be wearing right now. Be right back.
You're the worst.
I am the worst. All right. I swear we're actually gonna like get to do some drawing at some point today,
Sounds good.
but I just wanted to tip my hat to the chat. So this is a piece that I'm working on. This is basically McCree's gun. It is absolutely massive too. So this is made out of an acrylic, and the idea is I'm gonna hit it with LEDs, and then it's gonna kind of like come through as like this bright blue after I coat it with plastic and such to build it up. It'll have areas where the light comes out. So yeah, it'll be pretty cool and fun. But yeah, it's high noon. Gotta work on that. But also, at 1 o'clock today, Alex is going to be streaming on Twitch because he is going to be working on Biva from Overwatch as well. Yeah, he streams 3 times a week now on his crafting. So soon he'll be starting on my coat for McCree, which is going to be pretty sweet. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. Oh yeah, Alex is definitely going to be doing most of the costume. He is very, very talented. I'm basically just helping with props, so just because we have very little time. But yeah, so I'm super excited about it. Yeah. We have a Diva gun and other such props. Okay. Art, maybe? Art.
Maybe.
Maybe art. This is very typical for my stream. Just, go half an hour without actually drawing anything. Oh yeah. So Alex's stream is that. So he'll be starting at 1 o'clock. And that'll be a bit of an interesting experiment because this is the first time we're going to be streaming at the same time. Because I'll likely be going, until probably 2 or later. So hopefully our internet that has been recently upgraded will be fine. So, yeah. But yeah, it's very fun. He has music and interesting kind of just if you want to learn about costuming, lots of cool things to learn from. I know I watch while I'm painting at work, and I've seen some pretty crazy tricks that he's done with just sewing and stuff like that. It's pretty neat. Okay. So let us maybe start some art. So I'm just gonna use this kind of big space to just kind of scribble a bunch of different ideas. So right now in the chat, okay, so imagining some kind of like teleportation thing or a key or something that you'd use to get to like a hidden layer. What would you kind of like use for that? Give me some ideas in the chat and I'll try and sketch them up, see if we can make something work. Keep in mind, we want to be able to have this be like almost a universal item, like a language like the treasure scrolls or something like that, where like you can have like 50 of them and each one of them is for a different area, that kind of thing. Magic passport, drill, Pandora's box. Oh yeah, thanks for putting the actual like clickable link in the chat, Dennis. And Michelle. Yeah, Michelle B. Dennis. I was like looking bottom up, but yes, Michelle wins. Alex, thanks you both. A wand, a ticket, a Stargate, just Stargate symbols, a door, round metal base and glass bulb and panel with buttons and a lever. Symmetrous portal, thanks. Some kind of mosaic design, just a door. It's just like a floating door that you just kind of set up anywhere, and when you walk through, it just explodes. Teleportation stones. Slam them together and you teleport. A half-eaten burrito. That's how I teleport every day. 2 rings. A travel device that requires a symbol or something. So like there'd be like the travel device and the symbol that you collect. Fancy. Portal gun, a lock and key. Just redstone from Minecraft. Star Trek teleporter. Nice. It would be like the teleport pad kind of thing. Wand is kind of cool. Also, another thing about it is it's like when it's used, it consumes itself. A Nimbus cloud, it just like flies you away. Oh yeah, someone was asking about the hat itself. This is a rattler that I got off eBay. So if you want a similar one, you can try looking there. It's Silverado Rattler. I like it. It's a nice hat. This is a large. Fits pretty good. A cheese that you eat yourself. Whoa. Who knew that cheese was actually this magical? It teleports you to different locations. There's tool belt. A magic stone plus a specific area potion. A voodoo doll representing a boss mouse. Just magic dice that you roll. Just magic. Okay, so let's see. I like this stone idea. Like, you know, Zugzwang's, what was the item actually called? It was like leftover rock or something like that. What is it? Oh, it was leftover rock. Yeah, what if it was like Zugzwang's leftover rock kind of thing? And then it's just like Zugzwang's leftover rock is actually one of them, maybe eventually. That'd be kind of ridiculous and evil. I would never do that. Just forget that I said that. It'd be kind of fun. Start with something easy, a giant slingshot. 4 rocks is about an invasion, so a war relic would be a good door key. This relic could be a granite statue of a monster. meteor chess piece made of solidified dawn dust. That's pretty cool. You combine Zugzwang's super briefs with Zugzwang's left rock and right sock. And that combination teleports you to playing ground. Yeah, and then you crush them. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the thing about like it being a rock is it could be like carved into any kind of shape, and then that shape could represent the location, which is kind of cool. Could be like technology mixed with rock, maybe. There are two halves too. Astral runes obtained from realm rippers. There's a lot of neat ideas. All right. So starting with just a shape. I think what we can do is we can kind of like draw the whole thing and then like either slice it right in half. Hey Charlie, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Hello. Could like slice it right in half, or it could be like a puzzle piece kind of thing. A magical feather. Yeah, kind of like a port key kind of thing. Yeah, one of the ways to get them is just smash your sandblasted metal. Just hanging out. Okay. All right. Oh, why were you wet? Oh, Charlie. Okay, so if this was for the Fort Rocks one, could almost just make it look like some kind of meteor piece. Get those pitted craters all over this thing. And maybe it has like cool like etching and stuff all over it. Like if they were all kind of like rocks from those areas or objects from those areas, but then it had like an etched kind of like symbol in each of them or something like that. And then like it's just like split right down the middle. So like you'd get kind of like this is like, you know, the slice of it, and it's kind of, if you, or you know what, I'm gonna pull up this image just because it's somewhat relevant. Maybe if I can right click and copy this. There we go. So let's make this or that cool swirl. Kind of like that gear inside. Yeah, so that'd be like half A, and then the other part would be half B. But I kind of want to, like, I don't know, like, maybe it'd be better if they're like very different things, so that you're not confused, like, oh, part A is a rock and part B is a rock. Maybe it's like too similar. Maybe you need like the rock and then like something that etches into it or something cool like that. Yeah, there's far too many good ideas, so why even bother with consistency? Just use one of each for the different areas.
Sounds like a backhanded compliment.
Kind of looks like cheese. Does kind of look like cheese. Let's quickly just do that sphere idea, because I know that Giorgio and Dave would be remiss if I didn't.
I would be very excited about that sphere.
They would be super excited. Not an orb, it's a sphere. Um, yeah, like, just because they were like trying to come up with a language for it, so like teleportation sphere or something. I personally like layer key, because I think that's kind of cool and like very unique in the game. So like, maybe it does have kind of like crazy runes all over it that like are warnings and stuff like that. It's like a little tiny moon. Okay, so here's like a sphere thing. Looks like a Pokemon egg. Yep. But then maybe it has, okay, so like maybe this is part A, and then part B would be like the cool like bands and kind of etchings that connect onto it or something cool like that. So like even more Pokemon like. Let's do this. So like this could have just kind of like grooves in it, like etched into it, right? But then part B is like the actual part that plugs into it, and like when they're combined it turns into this device, whereas they're both inert otherwise. So like that's like the energy source, and that's like the actual teleportation material. Neither work without the other, kind of thing. Something cool like that. Yeah, and then there'd just be kind of like some kind of crazy symbols all over it or something. Who knows? I'm just really loosely scribbling. Then, yeah. And then it kind of like wrap around, right? So you'd see the other side of this. Kind of weird, but it's just an idea. Yeah, so that like plug on top, maybe. An amulet. Ooh. A broken Rubik's Cube. Nice. Yeah, like both part A and part B are going to be unique to the area. So like there'll be, each of these will have, like its own part A and part B. They won't be shared. It'd be kind of cool, like, to have part A and part B, and both of those are like inert, but when you craft it together or combine or whatever, then it's like active and cool looking. Maybe that'd be cool. I don't know. Maybe it'd be less cool. Maybe it'd be cool if they both look awesome already. Part A and part B of the spell. Yeah, like an amulet's kind of cool because then you could have kind of like some kind of different gem that like there's that gem again. Yeah, so you have like the inset stone, so like A, and then the actual amulet kind of like thing where you plug it into. Right? And then like the actual kind of like coloring and the designs kind of like on that can be unique to the area, and then like each one is a different shape as well. It doesn't necessarily need to be a necklace, right? Because like that almost implies that you'd wear it and keep it. It might just be like this thing clearly plugs into that thing, and then like so I wouldn't necessarily make it an amulet. It's like a locket of some kind of thing where you insert it and then they like combine. But then yeah, this could have kind of like engraving on the metal part, right? Because this would be like metal, this would be gem or whatever. It could be anything. Like this could be a piece of the like the actual like meteorite, right? So it could be that rock kind of texture, or it could be like howlite or bloodstone kind of look to it, right? And then this would be like a metal from the area or something like that, and like cool like intricate details that you would never see because it's gonna be super tiny, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of charm conduit idea. Yeah, I kind of like that. Hmm. Like sandblasted metal. Yeah, if we did one for the warpath, it would definitely be sandblasted. I have an amulet. I have a gem. Amulet gem. Yeah, good. So that's another idea. What's another? I'm so far I'm definitely liking that. I think that's got potential. Um, hmm. I'm sure I missed plenty of ideas too, so feel free to kind of like retell ones that you thought were cool or ones that you thought of. A ninja mask plus turtle. Invisible map shard plus a revealer potion. Oh, that's kind of cool. Once traveled, the ink dries and the location fades away. That's a neat idea. So yeah, be like some kind of piece of a map. And then like the only thing is I like the map can obviously be pretty unique to the area. But then would this be like some kind of magically keyed invisible ink revealing potion that only works on that invisible ink or something? Magic floating door and a doorknob. It's kind of fun. Just open up your treasure chest and inside you find a magic floating door. I mean, the door symbolism is kind of cool because like you can have neat kind of like like detail etched on the door, or it's made out of a material like meteorite kind of door, and then meteorite handle. It's kind of neat. It's quite silly. Map could crumble, and then there's only enough potion for one kind of thing. Do a Marauder's map of MouseHunt and find parts of the monsters to use and locate them on the map. Ooh, it's neat. Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't necessarily need to be a potion. So we wouldn't want like the potion part to confuse players because like potions are like for creating different cheese types normally. Yeah, I mean, it could just be like socket teleportation device, right? And then teleportation energy source or key, teleportation key thing that like directs the teleporter and fuels it and stuff. Kind of want to go with that right now. But like, this is fun because of that. And this is kind of nice design wise too. So it's a lot of potential. Keyhole like Kingdom Heart. Yeah. I just watched Alex play through all of 2.8 yesterday. It's very pretty. Yeah, you can whip up a poll if you want. I mean, I feel like if there's an idea that I want to go with, I'm probably just going to do it anyways. But I would like to get a good sense of the where you guys are interested because that will influence things. Um, all right. Well, I think I'm gonna just kind of work on that amulet idea a little bit more. The, maybe not amulet specifically, but like when where they're two very different objects and one plugs into the other very obviously. I think that is kind of a good start for this. There you go. It's a sphere mouse. Um, so yeah, like the thing is, each of these could look like, if this is the conduit type thing, each of these could look like it's the same device, but the actual like socket would be totally unique, right? So you couldn't just combine any kind of like power source with it. It's only one particular one that will actually fit. So this teleportation unit itself could look universal, and that could be the thing that ties them all together. So like you drop one of these things and it's like, oh sweet, like a teleportation thing, and then you drop, like a mysterious gem and it's like, oh, I wonder if that's, like used to sock it in there or something cool. All right. We got 4 votes. Go ahead and head over to Brian's poll and cast your interests. I'd like to see what you guys think. Just a red button. Boop. This says do not press. Oh, okay, okay. Just a little fun idea. So just like, you know, those kind of like padlocked red buttons, right? Do not press, you know, written on the side, and then like, it's just like a key that comes with it. So A and B. So far at 13 votes with 52%, we have the gem plus amulet. Too real, Hubert. I'm gonna pour some tea while you guys vote, and I'll be right back.
Level up.
Sorry, I just wanted to pour that where I wouldn't spill it all over my keyboard. Gem plus amulet is so generic. I mean, I feel like we could make a pretty cool looking gem plus amulet. And I mean, it's also like, that's like the base for starting it, right? We're gonna make it look neat. Yeah, exactly. Like the Archduke Area's socket could look something like the Infinity Gauntlet. So essentially you have like the teleportation device that the particular object plugs into. So it could be anything for either of those, but it still kind of has that universal connection where like one piece powers the thing it sockets into and like gives information on how to teleport or something cool like that. And I think that's where we want to go with it. Maybe. What would you guys call that though? Like in game? What would be like a cool like in-game name for something like that? Because right now that's kind of where we're going. We have 55.2% people voting for that. I personally am a fan of the idea too because it really keeps it wide open. Maybe one of them will literally be that box, you know, that says "Do not push" on the side, and then the thing that you plug in is a big red button. You know, we could do that. All right, so people who are kind of a little late to this and out of the loop, we are creating a new classification of items for MouseHunt itself. What we're working on bringing to you guys is a new kind of like elite hunt where you have to get these 2 rare pieces, combine them together, And when you do, it gives you access to like a mouse that's basically exclusive to that. When you use it, it destroys itself. You have one kind of like chance essentially to kind of like get this mouse correctly. So we're just kind of coming up with this like key or teleportation or whatever the case may be to actually access this mouse. So yeah, combine part A and part B to find hidden mouse. But yeah, like a port key kind of idea. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this kind of like the thing that it sockets into being a more generic kind of thing that like they all kind of look very similar to each other, but each one's unique, right? Because it'll have kind of a different kind of shape that can plug into it. But like these will be like recognizable as like, whoa, that's like one of those cool teleportation devices. And then this can be like the cool, really different looking thing for each area. Also, I believe, and this isn't, don't like quote me on this one, but I think it's going to be a case where like it doesn't just teleport you the moment you plug it in to itself. Kind of like you craft the or you create the Minotaur key, but it doesn't just like take you there. It's just you have it for when you get to the right area to activate it. I think we're going to have it activate through the HUD maybe, just so that it's kind of easier to use. But of course, it won't just be on the HUD unless you have access to it. So we'll see. It's still all kind of like we're figuring it out. Insert the silver bolt into the animatronic bird to activate it on. Nice. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have to be an amulet for every area. Might be hard to make those parts specific. But the related item is, yeah, that kind of like the thing you plug it into. But then the actual like item that plugs in is totally unique to each area, which is pretty cool. So it could be like, we call this part like the socket, teleportation socket. That sounds cool. A teleportation socket. Cabochon and socket. What is the actual definition of a cabochon? I've heard it before, but I don't actually. A gem, polished but not faceted. Ah, interesting. Ah, I see. So it's just like a really nice, smooth kind of gem. That's cool. It gets destroyed. It's essentially a map piece. It kind of like teleports you. But yeah, it's like one use, takes you to the mouse. You better be ready to face that mouse, or that's unfortunate. But yeah, when you use it, it destroys itself. Hey, that's kind of cool. The power is so great, it explodes when you use it. I like that. Yeah. It like, it like, when you actually activate it, it just like, it just, it's so powerful. It like erupts and like everything caught in that blast is like sucked into the other kind of area. So like, that's how it teleports you. And that's how it destroys itself. Good idea. I like that. Very cool. And then like in the journal, it would like have a cool flavored kind of like text or something that lets you know just what happened. Crumbles from the power surge. The hunter dies in the blast and teleports to another dimension. So it's just like their body just shows up. And you lose 5% of your items because of it. These are all horrible ideas. I'm sorry, hunters. I didn't want this for you, but I guess this is what you're getting. It's all canon now. As you type it in the chat, this is what we're programming. Oh no, damaged trap needs to be repaired. Icewing, why? Okay, so I'm pretty confident with this. The actual design elements can be tweaked, which is nice. Don't know how happy Giorgio and Dave will be, because I'm going away from that sphere. Brought to you by Franco Shop. Yes, one day. Maybe that'll be the 10th birthday celebration. It's just like, Franco Shop is here, finally! You get teleported to Franco Shop and get stuck there forever, where you can buy the Franco trap for all your gold. It has negative 100 luck and 0 power. Good. I kind of like legitimately wanted to create a trap like that for Franco Shop, where it just like has negative stats, but like maybe a cool effect. So like if you use it with an ultimate charm, it'll actually be kind of awesome. Hmm. The things that plug in could be spheres instead of a cut emerald. Ooh. Yeah, that's true. Then they could have their teleport sphere back. Alright. And then we could still have like these kind of etchings in it where like it still only fits just right. Oh, I gotta answer a question. Sorry about that. Just answering a couple of questions about the mechanics. Still on with the inserting silver bolts into the animatronic bird. No, Ganymede. Actually, instead of just like revealing a mouse, you're actually like taken to a new area. So like the HUD itself is going to alter to kind of like being inside the meteor, literally. Should be fun. Cool. Yeah, Andrew's kind of like wiring up a HUD, so he was just asking some specific questions about the mechanics. I mean, it'll only be as epic as if you have an ultimate charm. That might make you rather epic. Sorry, I know this isn't the most interesting part of the stream. Just answering someone else's questions that you can't see.
There's a level 50 boss in front of us.
That's just rude. Oh, he's literally right there. Final Fantasy 14.
Wants to murder me. Guess I'll go hand
Okay. Okay, sorry guys. All right, so let's do this. We had most votes. I think there's the most potential for it. I think I'll start it off where this thing is that spear, just so those guys feel good about that. Language-wise, still haven't figured that out, but I feel confident that we're gonna figure that one out. Oh, actually, like the inside of this could be this kind of like, cool, like portal looking thing. That might be neat. Maybe. All right. So let's actually start to draw something. So I'm gonna just start off with doing kind of like a really lame shape. All right, what do we want? Let's do, I kind of like that amulet kind of idea, like a locket design. A bloodstone sphere. Could be neat. Yeah, so we're gonna go with like a gem and socket right now. So there's basically the teleportation device and the fuel source. So like fuel source would be like the gem, and then the teleportation device is going to be this magical technological wonder. Yeah, it could be like a hunk of meteorite maybe, with like cool banding and such. Oh yeah, the Men in Black cat color with the galaxy inside. The galaxy of galaxies. Oh, it could be like a weird mix of like howlite and bloodstone. Something like that. So like I'm not sure if we want the teleportation framework to be the same always. I think it'd be kind of neat if we like add some uniqueness to it for each area. So like visibly you can tell what area it's from. You know, like the idea of it being metals from those areas or materials. So like what we could do is we could have kind of like plated meteorite kind of like material. So like it's meteorite, right? And then it's got like metal bands wrapping around it. Maybe like magic symbols etched into it. I do watch anime. Not a lot, but do enjoy it. Honestly, my favorite right now is Yuri on Ice. It's incredible. So good. All right. A moon-themed coffin. Great. Yuri on Ice, so good. So good. Yuri on Ice saved 2016. Okay, and then like just do some cool design work on it. Just make it look interesting, really. interesting and like technologically or magically advanced. Yeah, exactly. Do some storytelling on the etchings. Now, like one of the things about it is this is going to be shrunk down to like 80 by 80, so it's got to be really small and read at that size, unfortunately. But I think we can still kind of like create cool symbolism that like speaks to the area or the mouse or something. Hinges on a coffin. What a novel idea. I think these are going to be more like lights or just kind of carved out area, not a hinge. Yeah, like the oh, you know what? That's what it needs. It needs like Stargate symbols around the sides of this. So like, okay, let's get a sphere, and we'll. That's not what I wanted. Okay. You know what? No. All right, let's do a small sphere. Okay. Now we'll squash that down. And okay, so I think we're gonna start with the first one as a sphere, just for Dave and Giorgio. Okay. Let's make that. Grab a different eraser. Okay, so now I'll grab this. Duplicate it. Create a ring around that. All right, not yet. Let's first blow this up. Actually, yeah, include that. Okay. I know this is like really sloppy and looks terrible and all that, but eventually it'll turn into something, I promise. Okay. So now, first one. Second one. Okay. And then this will have kind of like cardinal directions on it, right? Wonder if any of this is going to read at 80 by 80. Probably not. I don't think this kind of new secret boss would drop an egg. I think that would be a little too cruel. I mean, maybe though, because that would be one heck of a hunt. And you could prepare them all like through the year, but I wouldn't want to do that to you guys where it's like you only ever go after this guy during the egg hunt or something like that. Inside the egg is a charm that gives you negative 100 luck. But yeah, and then there can be like I'll put like those things there. Instead, maybe like here. That'll also help show that it's like a surface that is kind of like inset. Okay, this is starting to turn into something. Well, as I said, I'm drawing this at a high resolution. It's possible we might upload them as a different resolution. Who knows? Either way, I'll be making at least this one, hopefully other ones. I'm excited to add these as like sets all over the place. You know, creating them at high resolution that you guys get to witness and enjoy. And then, you know, that'd be kind of nice for you guys. Because then you could at least see all the cool like etching and detail that we might do in them, even if you don't get to see it in the game. Maybe. Mega Evolution. Yeah, so this is going to be meteorite material, so that it's really obvious, okay, this is for the meteorite area, even if you don't read the name of it. And I think that's kind of one of the things that I want to make sure each of them has, is like very clearly, oh, this belongs here, this belongs here. So this ellipse is not aligned how I need it to be, I don't think. Because, yeah, it needs to be rotated more like that. Let's flatten it down just a bit. Also, what if we inset it a tiny bit? That might look nice. So duplicate this. Okay, and then using the lasso tool, it's a really sloppy way to do this, but this is just the sketch. Okay. Cool. And then erase down there. So that's kind of just like sunken in a little bit. And then this It's kind of cool because it like obviously is a hole inside, right? Now, do we want this to kind of like be alive and active and like have that cool portal action going on? I think maybe we do. Kind of is like Zugzwang's rock was like a proto kind of teleportation unit. That was like a raw kind of handcrafted version of this marvel of technology or something cool like that. So this would be like that like teleport blue, right? Yeah, and it'll glow and like light will be kind of coming out. That'd be nice. Yeah, this is going to be like a manufactured version of Zugzwang's leftover rock or something like that. And then there's kind of going to be that little like little lore tie-in because that's literally what he used it for, was to like teleport out of when he was trapped in a rift with Plankren. If you are privy to that knowledge. But yeah, they were, I believe they were at the Master Mouse when they used that, something like that. I need to brush up on my knowledge and probably write more about it because there's a lot more story to tell. I'm just terrible at actually doing that. Is the lore updated? Not really, no. The lore just kind of comes out in the plank run pages, and I have not put out nearly enough of those. Perhaps the mouse that you catch with this will have more. Who knows? Yeah. Circle is too perfect. Too circular. Maybe. Maybe. I kind of... Do we want it to be less than perfect? Perhaps we do. I want to rotate this just a tiny bit. Is that too much? I think that was too much. It's supposed to be a replica of an ancient item used by Zugzwang. It's like a technological copy of it, kind of thing, that was lost. Which is why they're found in these hidden stashes, very rare devices. Getting ready for your stream? Nice. Oh, I don't know about that. Plankren was trapped in the Rift world. Perhaps time works differently there. Only time will tell. Yeah, I really need to write more plank run stuff. It's silly I haven't. Some interesting stuff that is going to be revealed. Well, hopefully interesting. Hopefully you guys like it. I'm not a very good writer. It takes me a very long time. When do you think the Master of Mice will be in the game? Technically, I can't say. Let's see. You see, my friend. So I kind of want to make this metal like very old and etched. That'd be nice. I don't know if it'd be like rust, but it might be like oxidized kind of looking. Like I kind of want to give it the feeling like it's been out in space for, you know, a very long time or something like that. 'Cause, I mean, where does the meteor come from? And if this is kind of like something to do with the meteor. Maybe it's been in space this entire time. Maybe this technology isn't from this world. What's with all these crazy lore drops today? What up? What up? I'm all about conspiracies and storytelling and not actually ever telling the whole story. I think it's the most interesting when people kind of like interpret the elements for themselves. Um, it's nice to kind of reveal stuff, but you know, even if I have all my kind of plans for everything, it's kind of fun to like have you guys try and just kind of explain it. Yeah, the lore is kind of missing nowadays. It's so true. I really need to bring some of that in. It's just I'm not like particularly good at writing, so I very often just kind of take too long trying to do it. But it doesn't need much. Meanwhile, like I've been trying to run like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign a while back, so I think I should want to do that stuff. I don't know. There's also a lot of inconsistency in MouseHunt itself. Like, how big are the mice actually? And all kinds of stuff like that. So it's kind of like really, really loose and based on interpretation elements. So you can kind of like invent it for yourself. You know, what is the MouseHunt universe to you? Um, so that's a thing. Yeah, I think I should probably do a little more plank run notes. I think those are nice. All right, so we have this kind of interesting structure. This is feeling wonky still. Maybe it does need to rotate back to where it was. Cool. I mean, like, everyone's kind of a bit of a writer, but like for the plank run stuff, that's been kind of exclusively me. Um, but like, I'll kind of share ideas. But yeah, honestly, when it comes to that, I've just kind of had, you know, my own kind of take on it. And I don't know. We'll see. Don't do meteorite sides. Use bloodstone or howlite textures instead. So those in the base are howlite panels. Yeah, we could do howlite and bloodstone. Oh, it could be like bloodstone corners, right? You select that. Like these kind of things are bloodstones, maybe. Not that you'll be able to see it at the resolution, even if it's full resolution. And then these could be howlite. Yeah, we could do that. I kind of like just the rawness of the rock, but maybe that's overused. I'm just wondering if howlite's going to be as obvious. I don't think it will be. Yeah, I created all the torn pages. Wrote them all, which is why they're very inconsistent and scattered. Like, honestly, when we started the game, that was kind of like early on. We wrote a few of them, uh, to just kind of like almost be like a bit of a tutorial, not a tutorial, but like, oh, here's how you get to the training grounds kind of thing. And that was kind of like a hint that was dropped. Um, and like it kind of like had a cheese recipe in it, but then we never really kind of continued that as like a game kind of device. So we're just like, oh, let's just like make these as kind of rare drops that are, a little more story. And so I kind of like added a little bit more of them here and there, but I never made them consistent enough. So I feel bad about that. I honestly feel like we should have a lot more, and maybe I will spend some time adding them in because there's a lot that we could add in previous areas and stuff. Just suddenly they show up, perhaps. Oh yes, Plankrun's tome, not journal. Thank you very much. It does say property of the king on the back. Who knows why? Yeah. So need to kind of address the sides. Are we going to do howlite? Are we going to do the meteorite? Let's take a look at how this would look as howlite. This is a nice material. Let's grab an image of it. Yeah, I mean, howlite's pretty darn cool looking. I think that might look nice. Paste. Why won't you paste? There we go. Cool. Bloodstones, Dawn Dust, and Mana for reference. Maybe. I don't know if we can fit all of those elements in it. Maybe the actual like, oh, you know what? Maybe we'll combine like Bloodstone and Mana or something like that for the actual thing that sockets into it. You know? Yeah, maybe when you use this, it like creates like a burnt out husk of it. You know, like a destroyed version so that you have a permanent collectible or something. That might be neat. I will consider that. Could be cool. And then it kind of like is a count of how many times you've entered each of the layers. Might be neat. Because then it's like, how many of those catches of the mouse do you have versus how many of these things have you created? Possibly. I don't know. Because I mean, the mouse catch itself is kind of that like completion of this thing. You know, like that's like the check mark of you did it. But yeah, like the thing that plugs in could be cool if it's like an amalgamation of different materials. That way it's not just like, oh, really well polished bloodstone or something like that. Maybe we'll actually do a cylinder and then it turns into a button when you like actually combine it, and that actually would work pretty good. Kind of looks like a doorbell at that point. Teleportation doorbell. Yeah, we don't want to necessarily go overboard. If we like try and add too much stuff, it'll end up being messy. I agree. Um, Usually, less is more. Um, yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's do this as Howlite for sure. I think that'll look cool because the Howlite texture is quite nice. Oops. Let's blow this up so we can see it. Can drop it behind. Oh, that's a nice low-res version of that. Let's actually open. Can we place anymore? Import? No. Oh, maybe we can't place anymore. We used to be able to do that. Highlight. There we go. Grab. Cut. Close. No. Paste. Yes. So there's a higher res Howlite. I don't know if you ever saw it at its full resolution, but I like kind of that like 3D texture that it has. Okay, so I'm gonna take a very short break. I just need to use the washroom. But I'll be right back. See you in a minute, friends. Hello, I'm back. Have to go visit Wash in his room. All right. Oops. Just exploded a window in the other screen. Okay. Actually gonna tune into Alex's stream in 10 minutes and watch that while I'm working. So I'm gonna mute my computer volume. Yeah, I like to watch Alex's stream while I work. It's very nice and peaceful. With the peaceful sound of a very loud sewing machine every once in a while. Howlite is kind of a marble type stone, is kind of the idea. It's kind of like part of it is opaque, another part is transparent and translucent. That's kind of the effect I was going for. So the fact that it looks like a sponge wrapped in cellophane is definitely a fail on my part. Can I shrink this window down without messing everything up? Yes, good. Hopefully that didn't make it all weird and wrong. Okay, I just rearrange stuff. Okay, there we go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like this shirt too. It was fun. It's a little free giveaway from PAX East. Okay, so I need to clean up the actual like shapes. They're pretty wonky, to be honest. So I want to start to render this out, and I do not like a lot of what's going on. It looks like, here, I'll show you guys. You probably don't even notice it, but if I flip this, suddenly it looks pretty wonky, right? I mean, it's not crazy off, but things just don't quite fall right for me. For me, at least, I can see it. Yeah, the material of the kind of metal bands we'll do is kind of like an oxidized brass, maybe. So kind of has an old feeling, like be kind of greens and blues kind of coming out on it. Like, let's take a little Google search. Yeah, oxidized brass, that's what I want. Or bronze, I guess. Oxidized bronze. Bam. Got that blue and green. But I also want it to be kind of worn in parts where it kind of like is kind of like the bronze actually coming through properly. Oh yeah, yeah. This gameplay, absolutely optional. Totally like above and beyond hunting. Now the reward for doing it is going to be very nice, but not required. It is going to have a trap that you might want. But later on down the line, there will be equivalent traps. It's just this is kind of like a way to get a nice good version of a trap earlier on, you know. But it's like getting the rift base. You know, it's a lot of extra work to go for it, and it's not required. But if you got it, then it gave you a foot ahead. You know, like you were ahead of the game. So I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can like listen to Alex at the same time, perhaps. I don't know if this will be too distracting for me, but I want to try it. Hopefully our internet's gonna survive this. Oh, but I could also put on some music now. All right, can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear it. Not a thing. Okay. I mean, that's probably for the best because if people are watching me and Alex at the same time, I don't want there to be like too much noise. And I do encourage you, like when his stream starts, go over and check it out and hang out in both. It'll be fun. One's in Twitch, one's in YouTube. I haven't sounded my horn in a while. No, I didn't get candles. I need more candles. Okay, get back to the drawing. All right, so I think we're at a place where we can start to, I'm gonna turn this up a bit. All right, I think we're at a place where we can start to draw texture onto stuff. Or, okay, so we're gonna put that to 30%. We're gonna flip this again. I think we can tweak shapes as we're rendering it out a bit too. So we'll start with kind of a really muted down, kind of brass purple. Be kind of cool because I think we're gonna create like this portal that's alive inside of it is gonna feel kind of fresh and like, you know, ageless, but then the actual like plating on this is gonna look ancient. And then the material is gonna, like the howlite is gonna look pretty ageless as well. So I think there should be a cool combination of material textures. And then the sphere that plugs in, or the cylinder that plugs in, is going to be like a howlite, maybe mana combination. We'll see. Haven't gotten to that yet. But we're going to do like the two separate parts and then one where they're combined, and then maybe even one where they're both destroyed. Who knows? I think it'd be kind of nice to have like a broken shell of it, where it just like consumes itself to teleport you. Yeah, also, Alex plays music when he streams, so it should kind of like create a nice backdrop or background for both of us, which is kind of nice because I don't usually put music on mine. Although it might get kind of weird if we're both talking at the same time. So, who knows? Need to use my hard-edged eraser. And I won't really be able to prevent us talking at the same time because there'll be lag. And we're not just streaming from the same room or anything. We're on the same source. It has begun. Yeah, so head over to head over there and give Alex a follow. And then here's some lovely, I think, yeah. And then can hear some lovely Wildstar background music. Such a good soundtrack. And now I'll have a soundtrack as well. Yeah, if I need more candles, I could always donate to myself. Okay, so we'll create oh yeah, I haven't saved it all. Thanks, Dennis. That's a good point. Looks more like rust than brass. Yeah, it'll become more brass. It's just a really loose base color. How's the quality, you guys? Has it changed at all? Because we're both streaming, so. Nice. Quality hasn't changed at all. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, and then I'll grab bloodstone color for this part. That's an interesting idea, Sally. Having the sides match the thing that plugs into it so that they kind of like relate in case we want to use this same kind of design for other areas. Can I tell you guys about the ideas I discussed with Lauren last time? Not particularly. Those a lot of the ideas we discussed are for future areas, so I don't want to reveal any of that because it's like super uh, prototypey spitball, like not even anything really yet. But yeah, that's a good point, Sally. Because I want them to be obviously like related too, in case we keep this kind of like sphere idea, like where all of them are all either cylinders or spheres, and it's like this kind of, um, you know, what was the name of the show? Starts with an A. I can't remember it. Where they teleport around using a giant teleporting ring that this design is based off of. Why can't I remember it? Okay. Yeah, I think I'll be able to draw both components today. Yeah, I'd like to. Oh, I should have been doing this on another layer altogether. Oh well. So yeah, just getting this kind of marbling for the howlite structure. Yeah, the triangle marking could be red. Thanks. Yeah, cracks are actually not as easy to draw as one might think. It's very easy to make them look fake. And I'm not using any particular good techniques on this. Um, Yeah, I was thinking that, like, where the runes are inactive, and then when it's plugged together, that's when it like lights those up and it like looks ready to go, you know. But like, I think the bloodstones will still look red and bloodstone, but like when it's ready, those might glow or something cool like that. Yeah, that'd be nice. But yeah, like the actual symbols, the the like triangle and such. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I wanna like have it look more activated when it's lit up or when it's plugged in, for sure. Okay, it's a sketch layer. Good. Okay, so let's go back to the brass. Okay, so we're gonna bring in more of that kind of like warmer orange, brown. What texture brush? Gouache? Let's try our gouache brush. It's a very old brush, so it's pretty bad. I think I want to like not shape dynamics texture. Eh. Maybe the flow is just too high. Oh, that's oh well. I need to make more brushes. Okay, so we'll use that as a base right now. We're going to come in and add a lot more of that kind of green and blue to it to kind of really age it. Can even drop this sketch down. So let's bring it up to 30 again, and we'll create a new layer for the inner disk thing. So that's just a placeholder color. It's not the color I'm going to end up using, I don't think. Let's turn off the sketch. Sure, that seems fine. Okay, so I'm also going to just erase a little bit of this to show that they're like panels. And honestly, we might reuse this file for like creating all the other teleport units. Who knows? This piece may stay the same. Might be nice to have that consistency with them. Okay, so we're gonna darken this then. Yeah, okay, so that's just to get the base colors and shapes down. On the right, angled a bit too much inwards. Might be. If anything, it might be this outward one that's angled too much in. One of the things I won't be able to necessarily do with this bloodstone or the howlite is like create that really nice shine on the edge of it. Yeah, you might be right, Brian. I might tweak it later though. I think right now it's not bothering me, which is weird because normally that would, but I think I just maybe need to realize it a bit more through rendering and then flip it and then be horrified at what I have done. Let's get some of this like really nice light in here. Anyone who's tuned into Alex right now, it's like, love this music that's in the background. Okay, let's drop this sketch down again. Put it down to like 10%. Okay, we'll get some of the blue kind of shadow on this. Probably should have added that before I did all the cracks and such. Just got some occlusion going on in the corners. Save now. I'm sure you will not like to make that texture again. Yeah. Done. Thanks. Do not need a crash on that. Although I would do it multiple layers if I did it again. Make my life a little easier so I don't have to just paint around everything. Okay, that looks kind of cool. I like how it's like glowing internally, almost menacingly. I'm digging that. In fact, I might make it stronger where it's kind of more occluded. I feel like I've had it crash before. Maybe way back when. I don't think I've had it in a while. Yeah, very often when I'm streaming, I just do not save. I mean, very often when I'm arting, I just do not save. Okay, I think that's pretty good for the Howlite. Yeah, the Ustream days, that sounds about right. Okay, let's try and get this brass a little bit better. So we got a bit of texture to it. Just kind of block it in very loosely. So we're severely going to change the colors. Okay. Let's get kind of a greenish blue color. It's going to be grime brush. Yeah, grime brush isn't too bad for this. So just kind of put this everywhere, right? And then we'll adjust the kind of amount after and the actual like the value of it, luminosity, if you will. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to lock this layer now. I'm going to grab my luminosity brush and just get nice and dark. Then take off the transparency, and let's just kind of strategically erase a bit of it. And then we're gonna kind of like make the brass underneath even muddier, I think. And of course, we're also going to carve out the symbols that we need. Maybe a leather eraser. Maybe that's too much, though. That's actually probably the texture brush I should have been using as my leather one. Okay. Alright, let's darken the brown, make it more muddy. Let's use a leather brush on this, see if that works. So much more texture than I used to drawing with. I think I'll lighten this up just a bit. And then as a very top layer, we can just have some of this brass just kind of come through nicely, where it's kind of being worn away a bit. I think that would be kind of on the edges more than anything. Yeah, no, it does look thicker on the left than on the right, for sure. I agree. I'll have to fix that. It's just kind of where I dropped the shadow down. It should be more to the left, for sure. Good catch, though. Yeah, this is a very textured metal. Can't believe you hang out with me at like 2:30 in the morning. And like I've seen you hang out here to like crazy hours, dude. You're amazing. But I also feel horrible for keeping you up so late. I have this whole area just a little more kind of exposed. Is this able to show it? It's reversed, of course, but yeah, they're good headphones. Alex got these for me for Christmas. So we play a lot of Overwatch and stuff with our friends, so it's nice to have a really good headset with microphone. Very cool gift. Gotta say, I'm enjoying just texturing material. It's so gross and old looking. Let's drop that rune in here just so that we have it and don't like forget about it. Do that as a layer on top. Whoa, 24 hours? It's crazy, dude. I think there needs to be a symbol here too. Maybe that symbol will get covered up when we socket this thing. That is fine. Cool, all right. So I'm pretty happy with that. Going back to the fun textures. I feel like I might go overboard on this one. Would you guys even mind? I don't know. this is part one of 3 items that we're doing for this, I guess. Yeah, so much for a short stream. So true. Dennis, have you gone over and looked at Alex's stream? I know you've always asked for him to do one. Random hit grab question. Fire away, Chris. Oh yeah, Explode version 2. How international is the staff? Well, like everyone except Michelle works in-house, um, but we have people from kind of I wouldn't necessarily say all over the like from the globe, right? Because I think they were all born in Canada essentially, except Michelle. But like background wise, like Andrew's South African and um, Giorgio is Greek, and uh, Kevin is, I'm not totally sure exactly where he's from. But yeah, like essentially, like people we work with, it's mostly inside the Hit Grab studio. Um, but Michelle, who's amazing and awesome, has been with us for a very long time, works remotely. Nice. Derek is Mexican, I think. Wait, no. No, he's down in Mexico right now, actually. Um, New Mexico? Or just, I don't know. He's actually gone off to do school stuff and learn about how to take over the world with AI, which is pretty cool. Uh, yeah, but yeah, no, like we've had people from all over work with us. Um, yeah. As for not knowing where people are from, I barely even know my own heritage. I think I have like Swedish, but I'm terrible at that stuff. Ooh, the socket could be leaking something from a crack. That sounds neat. Just to show like how like old and beat up this thing is. Even though it's never been used. Or maybe it had. Maybe it used to be used, but it's like old and dangerous now. So like careful if you do use it. It might explode in your face. Small chunk missing with a cobweb inside. What do you guys think of this texture? Is it like too crazy? A little more rusty. We could do that. I think we can basically drop the sketch for now. Get a really good idea of what this is looking like. We'll actually add some good texture by extending. Now, honestly, this texture is never going to get seen, but I want to add it anyways. So I'm having fun texturing this whole thing. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Dennis. That way, if we ever changed the mechanic, it would be easy to do that. It's just like, oh, we made them stable again, or something. And you know how much we like unstable things in the game. Yeah, the red's not really touched yet. We'll get to that. You mean like the red corners, right? Yeah, we're gonna deepen those, and then maybe a bit of internal glow, but not much, because when it actually activates, that's when it'll be glowing. Yeah, corner in 9 o'clock is kind of wonky. Which potential expansion would you be most excited to draw? Vermont Valley, Draconic, Hollowed Heights, or Rift? I would say Draconic. I think that'd be super fun. The catchphrase, once you pop, you can't stop, just fell out a trademark. Very important tidbit. That might be too distracting. Ooh, they're adding Lucio to Heroes of the Storm? Neat. Okay, let's do a quick little thing to these Bloodstone. Wrong layer. Just wanted to get a little bit of life in them. What do bloodstones look like again? It's close. They're just not activated. I still like to get uh, designs from fans for traps and stuff, mice. But yeah, we haven't actually submitted anything player-based except like once. That was the Hydra mouse. There was also contests that I used to run where it was like design a mouse and such, and then I like ended up drawing the Chrono mouse and adding it as a character, but it was like a redraw of another player's idea. But yeah, we haven't really added very much player design stuff. I have definitely been influenced by stuff people have sent me, which is very fun and cool to do. But it doesn't happen nearly as much as it should, to be honest. Okay, so I widened the leg um, a little bit. It should be wider. Yeah, that's right. The Chrono was designed by Mark Lee. It's a very cool design. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I think that was like the last fan base thing that I did. As directly, anyways. Oh, yeah, Stargate. That's what I was trying to remember a while ago. Stargate Atlantis. Why I thought there was an A in it. The herp derp. Cool. All right, so it's got like a creepy, just portal. What's for Valentine's this year? We're doing like a super, 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 super light thing. Really, not even a thing. It's just we're focusing on so much other cooler stuff that we're not gonna like put a lot of effort into Valentine's Day. So it just allows us to like put more effort into other cooler stuff. Um, so I hope that's all right with you guys. Yeah, it's going to be pretty low impact, which is ideal for creating cool new content. All right, what kind of color should this thing be? Just like a slate kind of light purple, maybe? I feel like each of these are going to have their own symbol as well. Tower mana blue. I think the runes are going to glow like the tower mana blue, to be honest. I don't know about doing it as Howlite, because I think I want to like reuse this item potentially for when we do different areas. Um, what I mean specifically is like using this as the template and then kind of just repainting textures and colors. Potentially, we'll see when we get there, which is probably a ways away if we go there. But I guess doing this as Howlite wouldn't really affect that anyways. Just repaint it anyways. But I was thinking we could potentially. Maybe a little bit more even. Beat you to it, Dario. And we can kind of add a little bit of the glow to the edges of these. Well, there's only going to be two parts to the key, but I'm going to draw like 3 or 4 different versions of things. So like there'll be the individual items on their own. There'll be the combined version, and then there might be a destroyed version. Yeah. So there's only 2 items technically, but there's 4 different states possible. I feel like this needs to be a lot darker in general. I think that kind of worked for what I want. Let's do the same for this. Okay, so let's take a quick look to see how this looks super zoomed out. That's still pretty unique. I think I might kind of create a little more edge visibility on things. So let's just define some more edges just so that it's easier to read when it's super small, because that is going to be important. grunginess is cool, but I think readability is way more important. Plus, maybe we don't want it to be like all grunge all day, you know? I think that reads pretty good in that corner already. Maybe I'll lighten this up a bit. Looks like some kind of ancient tub when zoomed out. Absolutely does. Didn't you guys know we're just creating a time machine hot tub? Hot tub time machine? That's all this is. Well, there we go. Let's see if we're still streaming. I think I need to reload the chat. Okay, it's back. Cool. Sorry, guys. My chat wasn't updating, so I didn't know if I was back. All right. What do I think of the metal part coming off? Like maybe I should just not even have the metal. That's what you're saying? It might just be distracting. If that's what you're implying, I agree. It's a whole lot of texture for something so small. Yeah, the base unit, the thing that you socket into, is going to be different from the thing that plugs into it. Or maybe I just need to like adjust the colors a little more. Let's try overlay. It's a very fiddly drawing. think I might need to like go that extreme with the color difference. Maybe it's just tarnished gold. It's kind of nice. I like that like contrast is so much better. It's just too similar everywhere. Let's try that again. In the grayscale, it actually is even worse, where the howlite meets with this metal. It could be that. Hmm, what if? All right, I'm gonna duplicate this just so I don't lose it. But what if I did this? Like it could just be a material from the area with this like metal plate kind of fused on top. Because I was there was something bothering me about the pieces over top and like the colors not working if they're flush together and there's kind of a little kind of dip between the two. I can differentiate them a little better, and I think it might be a nicer design. We'll see though. This is taking quite a random stab at things. Do you guys like this better, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Can always go back. I just wanted more difference between the materials, and the way it overlapped, it was just not working for me. I can kind of keep the howlite flat, which might look nicer. And a nice like clean edge where the material is more obvious. Normally items like this, well, normally items in general are quicker to do, but we're designing like a whole kind of like new idea for an item, so I don't mind spending a little bit extra time just kind of like making sure we're happy with how this is. Because this could potentially, you know, like be a feature that ends up all over the game, right? But much like how the scroll cases and the treasure chests are all kind of like based on the same shapes, this would be very similar to that, I think. Yeah, I haven't finished the top piece to the degree I want yet. Technically, it should be 2 different layers, but I did merge them to be able to just experiment really quick. So I'll lighten this up a little bit. We'll bring back some of the greens and blues, I think. But what I want to do here is bring in the metal. Now it's kind of like a golden. Yeah, we can change the runes that are kind of cut out, right? Yeah, it's still a very kind of like messily hammered piece of metal on top. And then we kind of grab this darker brown. I mean, maybe that the like inner rings are actually how light. I made all that texture just to delete it. Yeah, that's how I do sometimes. I think how I draw art makes people cry. Yeah, I'm gonna extend the howlite texture a little more. Obviously, I just quickly repainted over it. Interesting. This is the cleaner version you could save for if the devs release a stable version. I don't think we'll do a stable version, to be honest, because the consumable aspect of it is rather important. But yeah, like for example, take a look at what it is right now, and then what it was. And I mean, it's already kind of changed to gold. It was more like that, right? Wait a minute. Like maybe I just want to make the fresher gold one a little grungier. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it looks super cool, super grungy up close, but like legitimately, it's going to be a really small item. Um, so I think that it's important to make it like read at that size. So I think this is just kind of a necessary evil. As much as it was neat having all that texture, I think it had to go. At least partially. I'm going to bring back more texture. Um, Not totally sure exactly what size I would need to scale it to for you guys to witness it, but it's going to be pretty small. But yeah, it'll read a lot better if it's these kinds of colors, right? Yeah, let's assume it's the size of treasure chests. Why not? We don't know. It's probably just going to be like 80 by 80 though, because it is like an item. It's just kind of like a new type of item, but it's not necessarily going to, come with its own totally distinct rules for sizing. All right, so let's just okay, good. I did do this on a different layer. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to like redo all this stuff. And again, when it's activated, these are gonna like glow a super bright mana blue. Yeah, yeah, they need to. I need to do more Howlite on it. Absolutely. Let's do that. It's probably one of the most detailed items I've ever made in terms of just like how much time I've spent on it. Nah, I'm gonna get everything done. Don't worry. Okay, let's go darker. Let's just repaint. Repaint everything, guys. Well, it didn't crash, but I am having to repaint the howlite texture. And you're right, I'm hating it. No, it's actually not that bad. I just hope I'm not rushing it too much. Go even darker. Hey, Pika. How's it going? Hello, Eileen. Sorry being so quiet, everybody. I'm honestly just enjoying listening to Alex's stream. Painting away. Should probably turn the howlite on, so I don't lose my way too much. Thanks, Eileen. How are you doing? I have a bit of a cold. Yeah, Alex got a cold. I'm avoiding it, hopefully. Oh, the weather is cold. Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite read that. Okay, so let's just quickly compare the two that we have. Hmm. Let me just try something. Part of what I'm worried about is that this might not read as Howlite as well as it should. Yeah, I think I like adding this on top to just intensify the metal a little bit. So let's just do this. Let's commit. Why not? All right, let's spruce up this metal. Let's really ding it up too. Yeah, those who like to hunt the maps are going to like this expansion. All right. Huh. 14,000 clues? You're amazing. That's so incredible. Seriously, like, wow. That's very, very incredible. So crazy. That's awesome. Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to have to step away from this piece. Um, I think we should try going onto the core and then we'll combine them, see how that looks. And then if there's any further tweaks that I want to do, we can do it then. But I think it's probably a good idea to move on from this one for now. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right, Eileen. All right, I'm gonna drop a shadow under this first. Um, let's just use the polygon tool. And we will use this. Deselect, drop it down to about 30%. Pop in with my super soft eraser. Just feather the edges. Then I'm going to come in on a different layer. Same color, but let's use my soft brush. And just get that occlusion going. Okay, and then again with my super soft eraser. All right, pretty happy with that shadow. Let's give that a save, give that a zoom out. Let's probably turn off the leftover rock there. All right, give that a save. I think that one's done. I'm gonna go on another really quick break. So I'll be right back. But when we come back, we're gonna start the core slash sphere, whatever we want to plug into this. So I'll see you in a second. Got some homemade jerky. Longest feedback Friday? Dennis would know. There we go. Homemade jerky is literally the best jerky. What is bakwa? Nice, Benson. All right, so I still have this open on the other window. It's like jerky, but better. I want to know about it. I'm gonna look up what this is. Ooh. That looks tasty. Yeah, 4 a.m. You should go to sleep. Thanks for hanging out, though. That's awesome. I appreciate the company. Oh, it's pork. Interesting. All right. So this one is going to be the cylinder or the sphere or whatever. I kind of want it to be a cylinder because then it'll turn into a button, and I like that. I like the symbology of that. You know? Chicken ones. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna research this bakwa because I do like making kind of jerky type stuff. All right. So, what I want to do is get that cylinder just right. So I'm gonna bring this guy in, and we're gonna base it off of this first. So let's drop this down to 23% opacity. We'll rotate this. So that it is vertical. And then create the appropriate sphere. It seems close enough. Or the appropriate ellipse, I should say. Okay, so now I'm just gonna tweak that. Let's tilt these back to where they were, approximately. So let's delete this layer and re-import it so it is the same. That way I don't need to rotate things later on. It can just all line up perfectly. There we go. That looks pretty good. deselect that. I kind of like the idea of calling these like a core or something like that. I like that. Yeah, that rotation's weird. Perhaps I should have started it differently. Okay. So let's go back to it being vertical. There we go. And then what we can do is duplicate this. Did that duplicate? No, it didn't. There we go. When will I visit Singapore? I don't know. I would love to come to Singapore. That'd be amazing. I guess when HitGrab decides to send me is when I'd go. Jacob. You know what? There we go. I'm going to make this fully opaque because that will make my life easier. Don't know why I didn't do that to start. All right, trying this again. Perfect. Now I can do this. Habla. There, cylinder. Yeah, I'd love to visit soon. That'd be amazing. Okay, so for this one, I do want to taper the bottom of this just a bit. Just so it's in perspective a little bit. All right. So I'm gonna re-import that layer like I did before. Boop. Move that here. Just tilt these so that they fit in it. Seems like an okay angle. And obviously this is gonna be buried in it a little more like to here kind of thing. That's just to get the angle right. We're also going to blow this up. To just fill the space nicer. Yeah, I like the cylinder idea better. Okay, we'll go bloodstone. What was it? Bloodstone and like mana somehow? Gonna be a lot of bling. Let us soften this brush a lot. Should also probably pull in the bloodstone for reference. Might be helpful. Open as. Don't want to do that. All right. Let's see. There's the bloodstone. Cut, close. No. Paste. All right, so it's a lot more kind of purple, of course. That makes sense. Just kind of want to get a little bit of a like fluid look to it. Like it's kind of like flowing around inside this shape. I wanted to try the cylinder first because when I plug it in, it'll look like a button, a red button, and I want that. Might be a tiny bit sad, but I think they'll enjoy the idea of this thing being like some kind of button device. Okay, and then let's build up on top of this. So let's see if we can even use the tower mana. This might be a bit challenging to make work, but let's try. If not mana, then Dawn Dust. Let's take a look at how Dawn Dust would work as well. Dawn Dust might also be a challenge. All right. This blue and this red together are like, oh, my eyes. Sorry about the garish contrast. Yeah, Dawn Dust Aura might work. Okay. Let's lock that. I think we'll go really dark and more purple at the edges just to make it a little easier to look at. Because that is just death to the eyes. Yeah, I'm glad that worked out. Just kind of taking a gamble on it. always nice when things turn out. Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool looking core. We can kind of have on top of all this just some of the mana magic. Maybe that's too much. I wouldn't worry too much about the Dawn Dust. I think there's going to be a good use of it for this. Not for this specifically, but around this. Okay, so I'm pretty okay with this item. May not be as polished as the other one, but I don't think it needs to be honest. Let's do a little shadow for this thing. We're going to use red. Let's give this a save. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is grab this, copy that, bring it over to Oop. What? Go away. Hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay. That's not the layer I copied. Uh, I'll slightly rotated you. Good enough. Okay. I'm just going to cut this out. And we're going to have to adjust colors everywhere, of course. Yeah, so essentially this becomes a big button. It's kind of the idea. So then when you like click down on it, that's when it erupts and teleports you. But we are going to have it cast some light. First, let's save as. Combined. So it's going to be like casting a lot of its kind of red light onto it, right? Especially in the shadows. You can even have kind of like have this whole like buzz of energy where it's like, uh-oh. It's like heating up. This seems unsafe. Okay, we're gonna make these glow like crazy, I think. Oh, thanks, TSX12. Got to make it worthy of, like, transporting you to some crazy, awesome place that is super deadly and rare. Yeah, it's too much for the haze. I might do it. All right, so I think that's a pretty cool representation of this thing being lit up and activated. So let's give that a save. What's that? So there's the core on its own. And then that's the teleportation thing on its own. Whew. All right, cool. So dislike that it keeps opening new windows as tabs. So I'm going to just change that preference really quick. I don't know why it's doing that now. I changed it already. Should do it. Oh, also, cursors. Standard, no. Full size, there we go. All right, now we want to do a destroyed version, I believe. So let's bring this back. Okay, so we're going to do a destroyed version of this. And yeah, because I want the stream to just keep going forever, I'm going to totally do a fresh paint for this. So you know how I am. Now there's no guarantee that this is going to get used in the game, because we literally came up with this idea during Feedback Friday today, so we'll see. Okay, so here is the sketch. And we're just gonna do like a totally charred out core of this thing. So Let's look up. Just looking up like burnt rubble and stuff like that. All right, I think that is pretty destroyed. Sweet. All right, I like that. Whew. All right, I'm gonna save it. Done. All right, so now I'm gonna output all of them, and then we'll combine it, put it on my art page, and I'm gonna wrap it up and send you guys over to hang out with Alex because he is hard at work working on an awesome costume that you guys need to see. All right, so we'll do this at PNG 24, fully transparent, save. Gotta send it to the right spot. Okay. Teleporter destroyed. First save. Second save. Didn't work. I'm gonna put this at 80 by 80. GIF. That still reads. I'm happy with that. Okay. So I can close that now. Open recent. Say combined. 80 by 80. Still reads. Save. Turn off the background. Set it to PNG. Transparent. Save. Cool, cool. So far, so good. Close that. Yeah, save. Okay. Core. $80 by $80 GIF. Transparent. Save. Close. All right, and then Not sure what I would call this thing. As the placeholder, I named it the uh, teleportation crucible. I don't know if we want that. Okay, so now I'm going to create a new generate image assets. What does that do? Do not care. All right. I just want place. No. Oh well. All right, there we go. That is everything we've created today. Ooh, that was fun. Kind of want to do something fun with this. What do you think of that for my post on Facebook? What are this? Here. Should be a fun post. So let's give that a save-a-roo. JPEG. Save as. Cool. All right. So I'm going to post this on my page right now. No, don't create an album. MouseHunt. Add photos. There we go. Posted. All right. Well, that's going to be the end of it for me, but I encourage you to head on over to Alex's stream. Oops. Oh, I screwed up that link. Can I edit that? Remove. And I'll just copy and paste because that is much easier. Huh, huh, huh. All right. So in the chat, posted a link to Alex's stream. Go say hi. And I'm done for today for the stream. So I'll see you guys in probably 2 weeks. Thanks again so much for hanging out with me. It was awesome fun. Yeah, go harass Alex and get sleep if you need to. All right. Thanks for all the cool ideas. Honestly, I had really none coming into this, so this is a lot of your influences that created this. But I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye for now. Happy hunting and all that. Bye.